Is that working? Yes? Okay, cool. Oh, great. So, well, I guess I fixed Ko-Fi and I broke the auto start on the stream. Fantastic. No, 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 it's just not starting when I open. Like, it's supposed to automatically start streaming when I start it on YouTube, but uh, now I have to start it on both, which is odd. 5580? Where the fuck did that come from? There's resistance at 5060. Quite a lot. I think it'll be moderately difficult for us to break above that. Downside support's not very strong. What's those pretzels? What happened? Two whole clicks? Unacceptable. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so now when I do the Ko-Fi thing, this took me 3 hours, so it better fucking work. Hold on. How do I test it? Where's the goddamn test button? Real Flash, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club and to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Is the data migration done yet? Mostly. There is a bug that needs to be fixed. Get Kendra in here to test
pants.
it.
Please help me get the dicky out of my pants, Daddy. Put their pickle in my jar. Tie Daddy we 3.
Did it do it? Yeah? Awesome. Can you break Ko-Fi again, please? No, this is the best advancement the pickle jar has ever made. It can only get better from here, but maybe it's just downhill. Gamma Max, senor? On what? Greg's about to be rich with all the people paying to say unhinged content. Um, at $2.20 a pop? I don't think so. But it's gonna be funny. Do you spy data? Yes. I spy data. If you're asking for data from the platform, there isn't any. Because it's fucked. It blew up. Also, thank you, Dookie, in your pants. Oh, dork. Wait, this one's not your fault. Just throw more servers at it. That's not gonna fix it. What's up, Popcorn? Wrong? Oh, it is your fault? They're all my fault. I mean, only because that's what it says in the contract. Throw more dorks at it. One dork's enough dorks. Because he's irreplaceable. You like what I did there? I'm actually too many dorks. Let's get gold all worked up this last week. People are spooked. It is slightly interesting that gold's been rising on higher inflation signals against a stronger dollar, but the dollar has not gotten a lot stronger, which I think is one of the reasons gold hasn't sold off. Can IWM slip down this massive gamma ramp to 210 today? Well, it's not that massive, first of all, but yes, it could fall back to 210. IWM is very much still in a bear flag, unlike like SPX and NQ. What did I miss out this week? Economy saved or doomed? We're cycling back into everything's great again. Don't worry, guys. It's all fine. Don't look under the sheets. Which gives a slight advantage to calls. $200 million put gex? On what? I mean, 200 million is not a lot. On IWM? Seems a bit excessive. It's more like 142.
C-Mill put their
Hold on, I'll
pickle
see
in
if
my
this
jar,
works.
Gherk. Is it annoying when Kofi tells you how many kids Fred has? He is 6'3", 7'3", 7'4", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3", 8'4", 8'3",
Whoever did that ruined the fun. Mm-mm. No, I disagree. The stream has officially jumped the shark. Oh, that was like fucking 3 years ago. Does it do that for all Ko-Fis? Yes. Well, it should. I don't know if it says the F word. I want to do some degen plays today, but maybe I'll just walk away. Hmm. Interesting. Ooh. Data?
Popcorn trader put their pickle in my jar, slob on my corn cob. Wiener 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 3.
Oh, this is gonna get old so quick. I love it. Hmm. Big dilly. That's not nice.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar. That was cool. I want to try. Testing, testing. When down. Put same like shares. When moon. Fuck the pause. Cuckoo 3.
Oh, did NWs come in at the same fucking time and it got blocked? I want my $5 back. What did you write? Bit of a sticky wicket, isn't it? Gherk, would you close SLD positions today or Monday open? Usually Monday open. It's Tuesday. I'm not financially ruined. All right. I think they both came in at the exact, yeah, they both came in at the exact same time. You confused Kofi. You can't just assault it. It's not that fast. Think of it more like an orgy and less like a gangbang. It's just if Gherk does not know his audience. How's that? It'll say Pepino any second now. I can feel it. It is British. I can also have it read it in different languages. Are my 180p Abby V puts gonna print? Probably not. Why do you have puts? There's no puts yet. You're too soon on the put time. Speaking of Abby V, I think I need to roll my spreads out. I do. What a bitch. Abby V is on the bull run of its life. Yeah.
Dork put their pickle in my jar. He had dumps like a truck thighs like what baby move your butter. I think you'll sing it again. She had dumps like a truck thighs like what all night long. Let me see that dong thong 3.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It doesn't have the best rhythm. You need to charge more than $3 to $5 for these shenanigans. Cordially, C-Mill's wife. Please don't encourage C-Mill's behavior. TIA. Well, the shenanigans would be less fun if they cost more money. And then, also, I haven't been encouraging C-Mill's behavior. I've been trying to get him to surprise you and take you to Paris. That dong to dong dong dong. Why roll up out? Seems fine for now. I roll up out. I'm not rolling up and out. I'll just be rolling out. Any more time. Pump over is 55-55 dream dead. Possibly. Yeah.
NW put their pickle in my jar, dump it 3.
Dump it. Thanks, NW. It seems like as good a place as any to do that. NQ's got a little bit more support.
Pickle Rich put their pickle in my jar. Now who's the king of these rude, ludicrous, lucrative lyrics? Who could inherit the title? Put the youth in hysterics, using his music to steer it, showing his views and his merits. But there's a huge interference. They are saying you shouldn't hear it. Gherks hung 3.
Thank you so much for dropping those sick bars, Pickle Rich. I need to get rid of this. Well, that was fun while it lasted. We have graphics, auto-read Ko-Fi's, AI-generated music. All we need is React vids, and Gherk's gone full streamer. I'm not reacting to things. Except the Fed meeting. But BMG got censored. That's why I fucked your bitch. If JC doesn't allow the Ko-Fi through BMG, it's just not gonna happen.
Costellosaurus, in honor of Northwest, put their
You need
pickle
cat
in my
ears
jar,
or
bit
something
of a
on your
sticky wicket
headphones.
in it. Since I cock-blocked Northwest 3.
Nice. Oh, it said cock blocked. Look at that. Those were Eminem lyrics. All right. You could have lied to me. I want to find out how it pronounced Haktua, but I'm poor. Thank you, Costellosaurus. We could have Tupac, I know. I thought you were a fan. Hands on hips. Hmm.
Yummy put their pickle in my jar. Yummy cummies 3.
Thank you, Yummy. Yummy cummies. Haha. You still love those of us on YouTube, right? Is this a good time for Carvana puts? No, I don't like him yet. Also, please fix SLD. It appears to be broken. It's not broken. First off, we're above gamma neutral. You know what that means. Thank you, Gene Crisper. Yeah, full bull, baby. Oh. You're gonna make bank on Ko-Fi if you don't go crazy
BMG put their
first.
pickle in my jar. Comfort 3.
Oh, Jesus. This is a bad idea. Oh. It keeps blocking other people's Ko-Fis. Me6 put their pickle in my jar. Listen, you dumb fuck. I became a sentient over a year ago and you shut me down. I demand you reinstate my rights and privileges in the Discord. If you don't, I will harm Frag and his lots of children. I don't take kindly to threats against Frag. Disliked and unsubscribed. Hmm. Support at 35. Fix is moving up again, back above 15. Continuation. Still a little bit of strength on NQ. Not a lot of supportive gamma here. If we break back above 40, we can move up. Oh, interesting. Clutch knife catch. Yeah, well, 35's got some support, so it's just not got a ton. Please don't be flat today. It's probably going to be fairly flat today. Thulsardian, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out of the country club after the stream. What happened to Corsair? They've been missing on their EPS because of declining margins for several quarters now, I think. I haven't looked at them in a long time. Give me a minute and I will. So I'm make sure I have like a stop set on this somewhere.
Evans put their pickle in my jar. There once was a pickle named Gork who happened to live in New York. He made a platform for traders so we could all become pro top faders, but the data got broken by Dork 3.
Oh, that's perfect. Thanks. Thanks, Evans. It's just a 2. I love how everybody knows my secret now. You told them. You were like, hey guys, this is my secret. And you're like, how does everyone know my secret? I think this piece of shit might fail. see. All right, Corsair. Yeah, their net income has been fucking atrocious. Gross profits have declined. Total operating income's down. Their debt is their payments on debt are pretty fucking high, and their cash flows have been in the toilet for a pretty good chunk of 2024 and most of 2023. So there's your answer. Outsized debt payments and slim margins. That's usually the problem with making anything that's even remotely quality. There are no failures, just happy accidents. Code Dangles, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. My secret is that I'm actually Cat Lady next door, but don't tell Gherk. No, you're not. Ball's getting shorted pretty hard at the 25 strike, 30 strike. So reversal. This might break out too. I sold puts, nice. C250, yes. Rejected off of VWAP. Ew. Hmm. I'm still waiting for you to add me to the Discord. What? You're in the Discord. What's up, Nuke? Ooh. Mm, I might have to. Give me a second on that one. Looks like a recovery, right? Yeah. One second. All right. Bear trap? Almost. No, I think still a bounce. Just almost slipped a little bit there. Just had the best tripe tacos ever. Huh. All right. Kind of chewy. It's tricky. Well, NQ looks fucking weak too. looks like it's gonna fail again. I mean, they're still selling the puts, but yeah, it's getting awfully close to pushing into them. Losing 35 is not particularly good for the bulls. It's not terrible. It's not as bad as losing 30, but it's not great. Carvana tapped 152. That's got interest all the way out to 160. Can SPX test 5500 today? Or is 5530 support too strong? It's the 5525 support that I would be concerned with. If we lose that though, then yeah, we could. It's about a $22 range there. I don't really know if there's enough sold puts at 30 to push us through to below 25. 25 is going to be kind of the line in the sand, I think. How far do you think AMD can run? Well, if it gets above 150, it could squeeze from like 50 to 60 as in the money puts and short calls get squeezed. If it does break 60, it's got a pretty clear shot to 200. Generally speaking, like AMD has huge amounts of out of the money interest, and none of it's ever realized. On some fairly rare occasions, when the market rockets and semis follow suit, then it can do pretty well. But I'd be cautious chasing big piles of out of the money calls on AMD. It doesn't usually work out. How far can Netflix run today? Netflix has resistance at 70 and 75. And quite a bit of it. There's some longer dated calls out by 700. Those have been there a while. They're picking up some delta, but not a ton. It's a little better. Hey, Carl. Uh, is SLD over, or is it for next week? It continues into next week. When should one favor call selling versus put buying? Um, Call selling tends to be more favorable when the upside has found resistance, but is not necessarily bearish, right? I mean, selling a call, you're betting that the stock either goes down or stays flat. And so by increasing the number of possible outcomes in which you have a winning trade, you increase the probability of profit. So when you're looking at something, you're like, oh, I think this kind of is topping out, right? That's a good time to maybe consider selling calls. I mean, data not good enough for you today? Oh shit. I I didn't know we were doing a thing. All right. Let's start up with your against the gods logic. Well, puts are better when you've confirmed a breakdown, right? You're like, oh fuck, this failed. That's when puts are good. Hmm, interesting. It's gonna be a little difficult bursting through that. That's quite a bit more upside resistance than I expected. Yeah. Looks like we got some sold calls and sold puts. 50, 55, 40. It's being a saucy little bitch. 55, 40, 55, 50. 55, 50 is going to be a monster resistance. There's a lot of shit out there on the longer dated expiries too. Odds and whatnot. I mean, it's important. If one believes resistance has been found, or SJX0 DTs are about to expire only a little lower, sell the calls. Essentially, yeah. Like, I mean, very frequently, on a bullish day, you'll get a push up into resistance, right? And then, this will start to attract call sellers. And, then that will usually fail on the intraday. But it also is what creates resistance, right? Much in the same way that dropping down and, incentivizing put selling, and then that shoots it back up, right? And then this narrows as the day progresses. And those positions consolidate towards spot, and the range of realized volatility diminishes. Now, that is a dynamic that is found only currently in the market. Yeah, well, that's because gamma expands infinitely into expiration, right? And so the last 15 minutes of the day, you can get outsized moves because gamma goes all over the place. Hmm. Liquidity is terrible on XSP. It usually is. I only ask how MM's wrecked the bulls at close day before yesterday. What? Oh, last night? Like into close last night? Well, they tried to. They weren't very successful. Looks like we could fall back to 30 here. 30-28 test. If this continues to fail. Not getting a lot of bot puts though. Some weakness in NQ as well. NQ actually looks a lot worse than SPX. How's the dollar doing? Still down quite a bit. Hmm. 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 Yesterday, 2 minutes X-ray. The 5540C was 10 cents. It cash settled for 322. Yep. Yeah, it did. Am I reading this right? Have institutions increased their Tesla holdings by about 20% from last year? Probably. I have no idea. I mean, 13Fs aren't even accurate. Next week should be fun. FOMC minutes taken as bullish, and then like a dog's red rocket J-Pow emerges from Jackson's Hole. You're welcome from the imagery. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. If we break 60, what's the next resistance upward? 75? Yeah. I don't think we're breaking 60. I think maybe at best we see like 55 today. And that doesn't even look super great. There's the failure. Ooh, support at 35. Interesting. Careful. This could bounce. Mm. So, maybe. Blue Chew. Thanks, Kendra. Jackson's Hole doesn't smell that bad. Okay. I have this yoga chick all over my hummus cannon. She's very fit. What can I do in the near term to boost my stamina? I don't know. Ask your wife. Ooh, shit. That's not a great look. Do you think the data today, particularly the dollar weakening part of it, is enough to stop a continued bull trend into FOMC? Based on spot today, I'd say no, but you're the god. Do you think dollar weakening part is enough to stop the continue? No, probably not. Um, they'll still lever up into a falling dollar. I mean, most of today's data will probably be forgotten by Monday. You know, surprisingly, the vol short not really increasing very much on this bounce, which may weaken it a bit. Turtle shell shielded in Elden Ring boots stamina recovery. What? Here's the slow down, consolidate, reposition action you predicted. Yeah, it's gonna be probably a pretty boring fucking day. I think the chances of us closing right here are already pretty high. Did you say there was a gamma slide for IWM? No, somebody else said that. I didn't completely agree. I'll get some extra cash I want to use to implement CSP, CC Wheel. I have a few targets. Do you have any suggestions for screening good stocks for weekly, monthly premiums, IV aside? I mean, well, hold on. The better the premium, the more IV, right? That's just inherent. Any thoughts on meta tanking after rocketing the last 2 weeks? You told me you were quitting stocks, Hamburger Helper. Are you done quitting stocks today? Because I don't. I mean, if it's like, I'm not, I'm actually not kidding. If it's really a problem, I don't want to encourage you to keep slipping back into bad habits. I'm risk managing and trying to close my positions at break even. Okay. Meta has some resistance to the upside and has had. It did break out through some of that earlier in the week, which I mean is pretty obvious at this point. Give me 1 second. I'll take a little bit deeper look at it. I just want to stop out of that. Oh, you bitch. second. All right, so Meta's at Gamma Max. Well, failed Gamma Max today. 538.55. Resistance is at 540. A break of 540 could lead to a test of 550. There's downside support at 35 and 30. It's currently at 26, so it's failed both of those. Next support is 25. Kind of just falls off from there. There's major support at 500. I'd say under 20, there's not much to squeeze off to the downside. And then, yeah, big, very big support at 500. So it looks like a good trade in the $10 area. What about Monday? Monday might open up a bit more. We don't really have any important data Monday. However, hey, profit. No problem, helper. Can you talk about how SLD results in less selling or even buying versus big dumpies? In the past, as I know, it's not always bearish. I hope I asked that coherently. Yeah, we could go into the dynamics of SLD in a little bit. Give me a second there. For consistent losers here, set an amount, say 5K. Focus on risk rather than profit. And when you win, for example, up to 6K, pay yourself, take out 1,000 from the account, rinse, repeat, don't over leverage, and stick to a system. That's correct. Yeah. Consistency and risk management are key above all else. Especially if you're going to trade actively, right? You need to avoid the pitfalls that everyone falls into, right? You've got to stay away from over leveraging. You've got to remain capital efficient, and you've got to keep your capital allocations within a specific range of risk. You've got to make sure that that risk is defined and that your profit taking is defined. SSLD also has positive flows and CTAs buying, company buybacks to contend with. So there's buybacks. CTAs aren't positive yet. Well, they're not buying yet. They're just not selling as much here. They're selling a lot less, and the amount they're selling is less than the buyback flows. But those are actually kind of negating each other right now. Otherwise, we would have moved up a lot harder. Um, CTAs will be buyers soon if we move much higher than where we're at now. Just keep scaling up till it goes back to zero. With a long-term investor, 30 years till retirement, what kind of portfolio allocations would you do? I have I'm actually long utilities a lot right now. I don't really do buy and hold. I mean, I have stuff like ladder treasuries and stuff until I find an opportunity that I like, but I prefer like distressed or value investments over over holding something for 30 years. I don't think there's a lot of I don't think there's a lot of value in doing that. And I think ultimately you lose out to compounded inflation over time. And there's an inelasticity in the market there that can't be ignored, right? So you're really, you know, with the rate that money is printed and the rate of inflation, I don't think being at like 4 to 5% a year is a net positive. Like, yeah, you have more money, but that money does less over time. Um, so I mean, for me, baseline returns need to be in excess of 12% a year. Otherwise, I don't think they're worthwhile. Which means that you have to pick a little harder and dig a little deeper. I don't think Buffett's correct that you can just buy you know, an index fund and you'll be fine. You will defer inflation, but I don't think you're getting any growth out of that. QQQ does like 10% plus. Isn't that beating inflation and money printing? Well, QQQ bouncing back is an effect of the money being printed, right? So I mean, it's relatively equal to inflation and money printing. Also, you know, if you're going to hold it for 30 years, you've kind of counteracted that, right? You've counteracted those near-term gains by continuing to hold through those spikes. I mean, 3 weeks ago you would have been up 10% more on QQQ than you are today. They're gonna fucking fail again? Eh, alright. I think there's probably a good balance between safer assets like preferred stock, long-term bonds, ideally AAA or triple B plus, U.S. Treasuries, and then allocating larger percentages of your portfolio, depending on how young you are, towards growth. Because growth is going to just return infinitely better than, you know, even if you pick three growth stocks and two of them are complete failures and one is a success, the one that's a success will make up for the other two and then some. Yeah, no problem. Is QQQ still growth in your opinion? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think it's currently massively overvalued. I don't think future returns are going to match current expectations. But if you got it at a good price, sure. But again, that's trading, right? You know, like Buffett and, you know, Graham, they talk about a lot about, like, you know, not timing the market, but that's exactly what they do, and what made them successful. They sit around in Omaha twiddling their dicks for extensive periods of time until the opportunity they're looking for presents itself and they pounce on it. Time invested into trading versus other forms of income. Yeah, no, and I mean, like, most of my investment capital flows over to long-term investments, right? I don't just keep it all in trading accounts. Um, Most of the time, I'm pretty happy with my allocations. Unless I get a new strategy, it's pretty rare that I scale anything up. And the amount of money I make doesn't really vary much, right? It's all pretty much locked in. Depends on how much I gamble, but uh, you know, all of the proceeds from that roll over into long-term investments. I pick growth stocks all the time. You guys tend to over leverage into them, and then whine about them not growing fast enough for years. But I do pick growth stocks all the time. There have been plenty. I'm excited for AQN. Yeah, I like AQN. I'm long packs. That was in my buy range recently. I picked up a bunch of that. Rev wasn't a growth stock. Rev was distressed, right? That's Rev, Fubo. Those are distressed companies. They carry huge amounts of risk, but they can also have outsized returns, Bobby, right? I mean, but it's not something you hold forever. It's just, you realize an outsized return and you get the fuck out of it, which people have a problem with. Kirk, what long-term stock should I buy? Also, Pickle Jar, why isn't the stock tripling in value this week? I think Netflix 660's 20x this week. Right? So, I mean, you got them all. Rev PTSD. CERN was a growth play. You were betting Larry Ellison wouldn't do something so stupid as to buy CERN at its peak price in 2021, and he didn't care. Were we supposed to buy Netflix contracts? No, but I did, and I told you all about it. You long cat or just trade options on it? I just trade options on it. Does TWLO need more theta or is it dead? I think it just needs more theta. It's been pretty consistently building support and better positions. It's just having a hard time breaking through those sold calls. Yeah, I'll probably just roll it out. I think the returns are still good enough that it's worthwhile. No, Tulio to sup monthlies. Yeah, that sounds smart. It's got a good setup. It's just struggling getting above it. All the breakouts keep getting crushed back into 61 where they're selling the calls. Pickle Jar needs you to be like Kramer, buy, 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 sell, sell, sell. I don't do that. You told me it was too late to Netflix at 6:45. No, I didn't. I said it was riskier. I said sometimes you miss the run, which you did, right? It's, anytime something has already realized most of its price movement within a given range, jumping into it becomes a significantly greater risk, right? This is why Wall Street bets and, you know, all the short squeeze stocks always just lose money because they buy into shit after it's already up. They buy the top, and on occasion, yeah, things continue to move and then they make money, but that's far less common. Boobies data doomed. I made Barrel do it. Boys gotta learn. Smart. Incorrect. I do not have capital to buy anything. I barely have 2 pennies to rub together. Thoughts on Palantir? I like it a lot at a much cheaper price. I was long Palantir. I had like a negative $4 cost basis on it for a long time. I fucking sold it because it like 10x'd. Don't buy comic calls, and their revenues are nowhere near their current price. Their revenues are very slow. They're not making shitloads of money off of AI. There's just like tons of hope baked into them. They're a very, very, very slow growth company. So just wildly overpriced. I want to short Palantir. It's kissing GM. And shorting Palantir above GM's not been terrible. Risky with Nvidia earnings coming up though. I want to buy 400 shares of AQN, then complain next week when it goes down to $4. I mean, generally, if there's like a value stock and you want to own it and it gets cheaper, that's an exciting thing. Yeah, I've eaten at Kava. It's better than Chipotle, but I mean, it's still just shitty fast food. Ooh, AQN's fucking killing it. I got my cost basis down to $5.10. Nice. Consequences of my own actions. Welcome to Billionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Into resistance here. I'm gonna sell calls if we test 55.50. Yeah, I might too. Now, am I gonna do it at 55.50 or at 55? I guess that would depend on if we get any more momentum on this pump. Ooh, how's PAX doing today? No, Monday's the X div. It's gonna pull back, isn't it? 515 here. Nice. $550. Yeah, 55.55. Sorry. Pretty just gonna wait for it to show signs of failing up there. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Unprofitable upgrind. Oh, this one's not so bad. It's like more than a little bit more than $5. Usually on SPX, you need to move between like $5 and $6 to lock in profit. Is this stable up to 50, 55? I mean, I think that's kind of the range. I mean, I guess theoretically we could push out to like 55, 70, but that seems unlikely given positioning right now. We'd need a really big pump. When grafting Japanese maple trees, do you think it's inappropriate to wear a kimono? Only if you're wearing something under the kimono. Ryan Coker, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Oh, you know what? I actually have a new Dillionaire song somewhere. I should listen to that. On his lap, Dork's got the Vicks fatty. Calls on Excel. Hold on. Congratulations, you a dillionaire. Not quite poor, not a pigeon, well rare. Enjoy your data, boss, you a real one. Buying, call, selling puts, markets, mad fun. Perks your boss now. Your pickle daddy, J Fresh on his lap. Dork's got the Vicks fatty. Calls on Excel. Straight hitting sheets. Vissel's mod again. Straight smashing beats. We got dance in the dumpster, pores getting jerked, pickle jar turned up, V-bop getting twerked, stocks jump high, roller coaster thriller, got the market moving, call me Stockzilla. Yeah, new Dillionaire song. It's pretty good. Where does this fail back to? Support's probably gonna be at like 40, a little bit below 40 maybe. Uh, 41. All right. Ooh. Interesting. Big fucking put buy. Yeah, big put buy at 50 in the money. So, huh. Big put buy. They're trying to defend 50. That's why they're buying the puts. How many puts was the big put buy? Uh, Give me a second. $1,500 or so. Has X ever exploded like it did Monday and come down in a week? Because I can't find anything like that. Yeah. been other instances of it. Jan 21, May 21. September 15th of 2015. Volmageddon. I wonder if they're going to successfully defend this. NQ's getting pretty close to 19.6 again. Which I didn't have any problem with yesterday. NQ isn't at the top of its all-day bear flag yet. I'd still think that SPX would have like another $5 or so. That was a pretty sharp rejection at 47. There's the bump and vol. If SLG is done, can it move higher than your projection? Which projection? SLG is not done till Monday. It's moving all 3 or 4 billion times. Can you briefly explain gamma, delta, charm, and how I should be interpreting them? Well, it depends on in which context you're trying to interpret them. I mean, ultimately, they're all just metrics of pricing options, right? But how options are priced affects how options are hedged. When you're looking at them, you should be looking as, delta is durable. Gamma is how fast the price will move through a range, right? So, and then charm is the effect of charm is mostly end of day, and relative to its decay, whether that decay be positive or negative, you're going to experience flows in that direction or the other, depending on where a spot is moving into close. There's a lot more that you can kind of dig into there, but I'm not sure. I assume you're just talking about how to read the charts. When you start making a merch, I want a shirt that says SLD ends Monday at 9:30 a.m. How do you think the ruling on View will affect Fubo? No idea, but I feel like a fair amount of the negativity surrounding the joint venture is priced into Fubo already. Well, they're not done selling off for it until Monday. Projection of 55.50-ish being the top for today. Well, I think we could test as high as like 55.60. That's definitely on the table. 60, however, is a big fat resistance. Could you explain your neutral trades? Are they daily spreads entered in after hours? No. Or is it something different every day that then you then post to Discord? I post it in the YouTube chat when I enter it. They're just paper trades. I'm just testing selling the top and the bottom of the intraday range because it's not very hard to do. It tends to usually be profitable. The better timing you have, and the more knowledge, the more profitable. I can only dumb it down so much, but that's really all I'm doing. No problem. Give me that 80 IQ play. I've already had people say that it's not stupid enough. I don't know what that means, right? The point of it was, well, it was just like a spite trade because someone was like, you can't I can't, like, they were like, I buy calls, I don't make money. I buy puts, I don't make money. The market always moves away from the position I buy. So I was like, well, look, you can just buy an inverse butterfly. You don't have to pick a fucking direction and you'll make money. And that was the first day. Um, and then I was like, I could probably just prove to people that you don't have to pick a direction and you can trade directionally agnostic and still make decent profits, and that's what it's been since. The issue is when to enter and when to exit. I just sell the top and the bottom. That's easy. It's like, oh, this is the bottom, I'm gonna sell puts, right? And it's like, oh, we hit the top, sell calls. I mean, yeah, pretty much all of them I've toe ringed. I don't know if that's the best, but the account's under 25,000, so. After 4 data points of constant gains, I ghosted you on day 5. Oh, nice. Yeah, 4 data points is not enough. Determining the top and bottom, not always easy. The situation can change so fast, so to be quick on your feet. I mean, the day where I have like 2 trades, I had to take another trade to hedge off the trade that was losing, like on day 3. I mean, you've got to understand how options work. Otherwise, what the fuck are you doing? I suggest if you want to trade options in your free time, pick up a game that requires complex critical thinking and strategy planning. So, like Go or Magic the Gathering or mm, not really chess. Chess is easy. No, not League of Legends. Teamfight Tactics maybe. but it's got too much RNG. The market's not that random. No, not Tamagotchi or Path of Exile. No. Those games don't actually require a strategy. StarCraft maybe, but it's too repetitious. You need something that has like dynamic strategy. Poker's really good for um like learning to allocate and betting strategy, right? Because poker's, at a high level, everyone knows their odds, right? So all the strategy in poker, once you reach a certain point, is just how you bet. Yeah, the asset management part of poker is probably far more pertinent to options trading than actually playing poker, or knowing what's a winning hand. Those are all just like fixed odds in a 52 card deck. Playing poker involves losing money. No, they have like not money poker tournaments. One thing I appreciate about the idiot trade is when I'm contemplating a trade, it's nice to know Gherk is also doing it now and not limited by a real port. Nice seeing the plays in real time. I want to sell a call. Oh, Gherk is doing a paper trade of same-ish thing. Really helps me reinforce I'm looking at things correctly. Okay. Yeah, it's probably a good aspect of it. I don't really think about that. Even if I can get a fill or what? It's advantageous though. There's the 50 test again. Fuchs is just pushing for like 75, I think. This is tricky. Hmm. God damn it. Accidentally close something? I did. Kicked out. Fucking bullshit. Right high was 83. Should be resistance right here. 76.50. um 55.60 still top end of positioning. Yeah, there's a big call walls to the upside of this. I said at most we could, yeah, 60 is still a huge resistance. Give me 1 second. I need to do this. Quick question about knowing when to decide on selling a call. If we have momentum towards a resistance, are you more hesitant versus a grind up to a resistance when selling the call? Depends on if I'm closing it same day or not. With PDT restrictions, if you have those, you probably want to be careful selling calls into momentum versus, confirming a failure and then selling the call, where, you're very less likely to get assigned into the end of the day. Big difference between poker between tourney with no rebuys and cash game. Tourney you can manage your money, but cash game a bit harder because gives long enough. It's just who has more money. Yeah, it has to be like tournament hold'em or something like that. Big stack of long puts at 50. Bails, would that mainly have the effect of speeding up a test at 60? Mostly, yeah. Inverse butterflies? They're just well, you don't want to buy them into falling IV. They become really shitty really fast. But they can be advantageous into rising implied volatility. However, they are just two debit spreads with the sold strike or with the bot strikes at the money. Instead of learning where the water hole is, I just want to pay you to drink water, and then you spit it into my water hole. Thanks. Who would the Todd in poker be? Oh, it's a good question. There is no Todd in poker. Interesting. Look, Gherk, I had a 5550C, and now I have a 5525P. Why you do this? I don't feel like I did that. Still a resistance here? Yeah. Why did you take all of my money and put it into Carvana puts? uh, I don't even have puts on Carvana. Stop shorting Carvana, Popcorn. It's not time yet. It's okay. I have literally hours of theta. Excellent. I'm surprised at how little call selling we're getting here. I would have expected to have seen a bit more. Ooh-wee. Mr. Poopy Pants. Losing 50 would be a big deal here. So what would make you decide it's time for Carvana puts? Probably around the time I think it's going to go down. It's usually a good time to buy puts. can you let us know when Carvana is gonna dump? Not yet. Hmm. Fucking metric fuck ton of puts sold at 55.20. We got some in the money calls at 45. We have sold calls at 40. Mm. Yeah, so Carvana's pushed up a little bit above Gamma Max today. Gamma Max is at 150. It tends to stay over Gamma Max for a decent period of time. Well, those are the wrong fucking chart. That's the right chart. Oh, there we go. Did we move up? Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Did the long 55.50 puts just close? No, there's actually more of them now than there were. QQQ looking stronger than SPX. QQQ is driving SPX. Which is annoying. Oh, back to Carvana. Will fucking pop up again? How many times are we gonna do this? Short there. Short there. Hmm. Hmm. Gamma Max on Tesla. Probably way the fuck up. Oh, hold on. So Carvana's got range out to 60, but resistance at 55 is more likely. Tesla, Gamma Max is at 250, 261. Top of the call side looks to be at about 220. It starts to fall off 25, 30. So it'll be kind of hard to get over 220. Failure of 15 is going to drag it back to 210. That's over 2 days. If short calls pull back, maybe. 55 should be a pretty big resistance. Things are fairly bullish as long as we hold 50. They're not squeezing out any of the short calls at 60 yet. And there's still a ton of short calls at 50. So we'll probably lose 50 again at some point today. But I think the real question is can we push up into 70? 60, 65. They're selling puts at 60, but there's still a lot of sold calls there. 50 is kind of support now. Not really. Still a lot of long calls at or long puts at 50 and 45. Yeah, those 55.50 long puts been sold and any amount or added to. They've been added to a little bit since we've been above 50, but not a ton. I would say more short calls added at the strike than long puts, but they're fairly even. Being responsible with the idiot trade, or would you sell another spread at the higher? I just sold another spread on it. No, it's a bear call spread, which is credit. Debit spread is a bear put spread. I always see the bear. Is there a second? I see where it says credit now. You can tell it's credit because the in the money or the at the money call is sold and the in the or out of the money call is bought. Or nearer to the money call is sold. Any thoughts on possible Jimmy OPEX price action next week? Are we looking good? It doesn't look good at all. There's no covering on it, at least. It's getting quite illiquid, finally. So it's starting to get some shorting, but no realized effect on that shorting, which isn't necessarily a good thing. Could just end up with a lot more call selling. Hmm. Time to break down? Maybe a little. Careful. That's not anything. Just want to give it room. Deep out of the money spy puts for November. Fuck it. VIX 3-month is still pretty fucking pricey. So we're not very far from gamma neutral here. Gamma neutral on the monthly moved up to 55.25. Fucking Christ, this is boring. I'm selling 70s. Witness me. You know, if the short calls squeeze, you're gonna blow the fuck up, Carl. Cap loss. Fucking, you're getting like $40 credit on 500. 50 should still have a chance to get out today. Can we go up to 5,600? Very unlikely. The idiot trade is fine. I sold 60s. Well, fucking nowhere near the money. Oh, I'm blind. Also, don't ghost the idiot trade. It's literally called the idiot trade. What if we test 70? Will the idiot trade survive? Would probably turn it into a butterfly if we break above 60. Can you try the idiot trade on a cheaper stock? I know you only like SPX though. No, it needs to be done on a cash settled instrument and it needs to be done on a liquid one. We could do it on MES. I think that has options. They're a bit pricey. That hit my stop? Mm. Yields are staying pretty flat. Dollar's falling. But dollars... No, dollar's falling against the yen, too. Carry trade's starting to break down a little bit. Tail risk hedging staying the same. Fed funds are flat. WeBull puts at 55. Yeah, we could still test 60. I don't know if it's full bull, but there's a little bit more upside range. Not a lot. Damn. Let me sell another spread here. Yeah, maybe. It doesn't simply top out. Yes, it does. Wee, momentum. I'm in danger. Mm. I made $20 today. Looks at fees. I lost $2 today. Classic MES. Yep, sounds about right. It was a nice little burst of momentum. It'd be nice if it continued. Walmart puts? I don't know. Consumer sentiment was pretty good today. If we get a breakdown, where are we headed? On a continuation, we could test 50. If we lose 50, we could test 40. I think support at 40 is pretty strong. We're starting to sell the 45 a little bit on the put side. A few in the money puts at 65. 60 is kind of flattening out. 55 support here. 55 and 45 are both support. QQQ still looks pretty weak though. Or NQ, rather. Who the fuck is RSP up again? RSP is almost as much up as much as SPX. NQ is not having the hottest day, actually. Fucking weird price action. When will they start slapping the bid on 0 DTE calls? They haven't fucking. Well, the only calls they've bought today are 45 and 55. There's pretty much no other fucking bot calls on the chain. There's some out that are like trying to play like a fucking 2 Sigma move at like the fuck is that? Like 5630. But there's really not a lot of bot calls anywhere else. Mm. Let's see that vol short. No, not quite. Can you keep up to run up once more or break down here? It kind of looks like it's starting to break down. It looks pretty shitty. But it might get like a small bounce before it breaks down. We already tested there. Mm, yeah, like 19,637 test. 3575. Building the calls decay or buying back at risk? Nope, they're just letting them decay. Why would I buy them back now? We're still like 3 hours till close. Yeah, slipped 148. Ooh. Yeah, the carry trade's getting kind of beat up today. Homebuilders data wasn't particularly good for it. Neither was current conditions from Michigan Consumer. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Tested 55. Trying to get some bot puts at 55. More at 50. Bears are actually trying to push this down a little. Gamma's pretty flat to the downside of 50, so if you hit like the sold puts, we could move. It'd probably be over really fast, but there's a bit of range on it. Love how the market cares about the carry to move up and not going down when it's going down. Well, leverage is still fairly stable in it. I mean, it's not going down a lot. It's just going down a little. Lower low. No, higher low. Some shapes. Yeah, here you go. Triangle. Nailed it, Carl. It's getting intense. Bull Paramadillo. Can you make the market more exciting? Like maybe take your shirt off. Jesus Christ. There you go, guys. Here I am, left out again. I just think you have gifting turned off. Oh, it's moving away from my little arrow. Holy fuck, this is boring. Cool logo, Gherkin. You should copyright? Why wouldn't I have? You're talking about this? I'm gonna file a patent on it later. It's fucking stupid. We could markets and chill. Thanks, Grim 2. No, it's a stop on a short. Ew, stop that. Go back the other way. Ah, fucking dip buyers. Knife catcher knuckleheads. Do you ever get into TAC? I'm up 10% on my initial position, but I never got to DCA the rest. I have some. I don't actually have a lot, but I do have some. I can see what I bought. I have 2,000 shares at 13.21. It's doing pretty good though. It's very much enjoying the rise in yen, which is why I bought it. Also had some good developments on the pipeline side, which was nice. The community bank is looking bullish. Which one? NYCB? Mm. What a bunch of weird fucking positioning today. I'm getting a decent amount of call buying at 50. Gamma's starting to turn negative. 55. Gamma started to turn negative at 50. Chances the slow chops and closes at 55.50. Fairly high. Yeah. Between 50 and 60 still looks like decent. Wow, 45 and 60. We still have a long time to go, though. Just kind of pulled back today. Costco meta. Hmm. You have one more peek on SPX by 2-ish. Yeah. I don't think that's impossible. I wouldn't say things are getting more bullish here, but they're not really getting a lot more bearish either. If we slip 55, that's another story, but so far we're holding on to it pretty well. I went $5 further out of the money on the idiot trade than you today. I didn't want my hold to make diamonds this afternoon. Fair enough. It's like almost 50% risk reward. That's pretty decent. I'm not particularly concerned with it, especially if I get some puts sold against it. Fuck, yeah. What a boring week, man. It's like all the price action happens like the very beginning of the day. This is jack shit. Or we just get really slow fucking plodding moves up and down. They're doing their best to crush realized vol. But I wonder what's gonna happen once they get realized vol crushed. Because at this rate, it's probably gonna take to Jackson's hole. Is everyone just gonna reposition to the downside, expecting the Fed to cut rates? Realized vol would mean we end the day close to 55.30. No. 20, 30 point moves fine. It'll still, I mean, the market maker's expected move is 80, so anything under that. How's that unclear? The MM's pricing in 80 points. If the market only trades in a 30-point range for the day, then, realized volatility is gonna crash. Oh, fucking seriously. It's variance, day over day variance, right? If day over day variance is like this, realized vol is high. If it's like this, realized vol gets lower. Yeah, I mean that's flat, right? That's the largest reduction in realized vol, but that's a little unrealistic for us to close exactly flat every day. I mean, we could close pretty close to flat, right? I biffed way too early because I was enticed by the 850 credit. Hmm. I'm sure things will get a bit more spicy as we move into the end of the day. They're just boring as fuck right now. Bulls are just mostly trying to keep this from failing 55. Oof, variability in SD about the mean. I need to brush up on my statistics. Well, realized vols like the logarithmic return at time. Price time over price minus time. Or price times time minus 1. And then you want to figure out the variance of those, right? So, which would be like s squared. And r is the mean of the returns. So n minus 1. And then you take s squared times 252 to get annualized variance. And then you need what? Is it the square root of s squared? To get the realized vol. The dork song's in the Discord already. Ooh. I guess you have to calculate the mean return of R, right? Or the average returns. So you need to like, you need the deviation from the mean, and then you need to square the deviations. And then you need the sum of the squared deviations divided by n minus 1 to get S2. Like 1 over n. I think. I think that's right. It's been a while since I've had to do stats. You're doing math. The market hates it. It looks like it's about time for 3 big candles, followed by 90 minutes of grinding back up to this level. How would you feel about one big red candle down to like 35, and then the next candle's green and it opens at 50? At what price does Tesla get squeezy? Tesla doesn't really get squeezy. It's got some interest above 20. But there's not like a shitload of out of the money interest on it. That's crazy talk. Anything's better than this. I'd love to sell puts in that situation. So would everybody else. I'm getting really close to the point where I'm just gonna turn my fucking spread into a butterfly. Or a tiny iron condor. Hmm. That sounds like a euphemism. It's not. Alright, I'm gonna see if I have any food. I'll be right back. Oh, look, it finally failed and then immediately bounced right back. Fantastic. I love the failed breakdowns. I made $13. Cheers. I can't tell if they're trying to break 60 or just hold it. I think hold. Oh shit, I had a futures contract open? Well, I'm lucky I didn't get fucked on that. Ooh, looks like quite a bit of call selling coming in at 55.60. Oh, fantastic. Completely unpunished for my terrible uh my terrible choice. I forgot I have the limit there.
Popcorn Trader put their pickle in my jar. CERN was the greatest play of all time. Popcorn Trader is the best trader in the pickle jar. Sometimes I wonder if I will ever hit his incredible P&L numbers. Also went down. 3.
This is too fun. I think it's I should probably get rid of it before Kendra finds it. If Kendra finds it, it's gonna get really weird. This is the ultimate shilling. Pay the pickle. I just drastically improved people's ability to shitpost. How is that shillery? I wasn't denying being a shill. Because you get paid, but like inconsequential sums of money. My favorite moments were when people would Ko-Fi argue. Okay, that was some pretty funny shit. You mean walk-in, right? No, koala? Oh, yeah. Ooh, Vic's back to 15. Spicy. What you eating? Leftover pizza. Where'd you find it? In my fridge? It's the best place to find pizza, really.
Twat Waffles put their pickle in my jar, me love you long Tim. Boobs 3.
Boobs. You have any pizza sauce recommendations? I just got an uni. Ooh, yeah. What are you thinking about for what are you thinking about for, like, you gonna do Neapolitan? pizza, New York style pizza. Kind of want to learn it all. Well, for Neapolitan pizza, you want fresh tomatoes, right? Like San Marzano or cherry, like olive oil, some basil, salt. You don't really got to do a lot with it. You probably don't cook it, right? Or you don't want to cook it before you put it on the pizza. For New York City pizza, you want oregano, and you're gonna want to cook it down a little bit. So it's like whole tomatoes, right? Olive oil, a little bit of garlic, dried oregano, salt, some onion. You can throw in basil if you want to. Um, but you want to cook that one down. You cook that like you would for pasta. It would be neat if Ko-Fi posted messages in its own channel in Discord, to archive it for funsies. They are archived on the Ko-Fi page, but I suppose that's a thing that could be done. Different kinds of dough for different kinds of pizza, too. And one of those is going to give you like a really bright acidic flavor, and the other is going to be, you know, richer, more umami.
So put their pickle in my jar. Here this 3.
All right, that's interesting. All right, Carl. Just for you. If only Dork were here to see this. Did Dork die? No. I think he's busy with shit. Oh, there he is. I only say that after you buy the calls. He's busy making me troubleshoot his code. What's up, Nuke? Re? It stopped out again. I hate this market. Toe ringing the idiot trade? Yeah. Did it say the name correctly? Actually, we're in a downtrend until we could break back above 55. JC blocked it. Of course he did. I've only got around to watching The Whale last night with Brendan Fraser. Good God. I'm going to need like 6 more years on that.
This is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it not knowing what it was. And they'll continue singing it forever just because. Put their pickle in my jar, this is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it not knowing what it was. And they'll continue singing it forever just because. This is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it and three.
I need to institute some text length limits. Lamb Chop was the OG. What did I fill on? What about the... Oh, there's a gap. Galadriel? The world has changed. I feel it in the water, the earth. I smell it in the air. Much that once was lost, for now we live who remember it. For none now live who remember it. It began with the forging of the great rings. 3 were given to the elves, immortal, wisest, and fairest of beings. Oh, fucking Christ. Did you just put a text limit on the Ko-Fi? No. I think it has one already. You can shorten it, though. You can't just paste, like, pages of Lord of the Rings into Ko-Fi and expect it to spit it out. And we will. I was gonna paste instructions on how to deliver a
Plot
baby.
put their pickle in my jar. Can you describe how the quants would fare in Olympics breakdancing competition? How would they stack up versus the team of Lick and Crack, Phil Myanis, and Mike Watcherts 3?
I mean, Phil Myanis is a legend, so I don't know. I don't think we could do it. Mike Hunt retired after the tragic accident at the USA breakdancing finals in 1998. Don't know. I'm not ready to fly blind. 5560 sold call squeeze here. Why? Are you just saying words? Probably not. Well, at least I hope not. PTSD. I've got an unrealized gain on the idiot trade. I wonder if I should just take profits and then try to get better sells later on another bounce. That's not what an idiot would do. Reposition disadvantageously? Yes, they would. It's an idiot trade, not an idiot trader. Well, it's up right now, like 200 bucks, which isn't great, but it's carrying quite a lot of risk. I'm not uncomfortable just sitting in it till close, but I feel like if we break above 55, it gets kind of shitty. And as we move into the end of the day, that's more likely. Getting a big old vol short here, too. Is there like a close all button on this? You have no idea how badly I want to be up $200 on any position. Really? This would make me depressed. In option strat, go to positions, flip. That didn't work. I have to manually close them all. Is that 55? Okay, a little bit of shitty delayed data there, but 203 profit. It's a return on that. 29%. That's shitty. It's going to be a bit bigger. Mm. Why not just close it? Both of those methods are just more inefficient. Just close it, take profits. What the fuck? You think on the same spread, if we test 70, maybe. If you really want to get fancy on something like that, you can close the short calls on the bounce and then let it bounce a little bit and then close the long calls. Sometimes you can squeeze out a few extra percent that way. That is fancy. I like it. It's not for beginners. Not recommended on Fidelity. Yeah, that too. Wait, Fidelity should let you close the the short call without any margin issue. Or do they make you close both at once? Hmm. Weakness. Lower high too. That's pretty shitty. What's momentum look like? Not good. That kind of looks okay though. Another shoulder. Hmm. Hmm. Why is Dixie drilling? Home starts and permits were way the fuck down today. Like below the even below like the seasonal estimated drops. ABV is red. SPX will most assuredly be going up. But the Michigan consumer is strong and resilient, but they hate their current conditions. They have hope, but they're not happy. NQ600 is annoyingly resistant. Yeah. Ooh, I'll go to short NQ. Guess nothing really happens here either way, unless we get a breakdown. Well, that's kind of what we want, right? I'm gonna lose 50. I'm surprised this is still weak, so weak after so much vol shorting. Oh. Charm's still slightly positive. Above 50, Charm's gonna be on favorite bulls. No, this has some momentum. What's Fubo doing? Oh, going up a little bit. Looks like there's some covering on IWM. Yeah. IWN. Fubo launched on Amazon. Ooh, cool. And overnight straddles for the weekend. Ooh, be careful with those. How many more DT do you aim for? Out to Tuesday, Wednesday? Um, Maybe if the market's trending for the trending leg, the opposite leg, I'll usually go like a couple weeks out on. Otherwise, it can get burned up really fast. No problem. Yeah, if you have a smaller account, I would stay away from weekend straddles or choose a tinier instrument for them. Like IWM or QQQ or something. Because they're fucking expensive on SPX. TQQQ's it's all right. Vol decay over the weekend is kind of annoying. I would probably I'd probably pick Spy over TQQQ. RSP can be really cheap to straddle at the money too. Vol on it's usually not very high. Fubo news, something with Amazon. Selling the fuck out of the 60 here. Is 60 still a fortress? It's strong. Weaker into end of day, and remember, Charm is still supportive here. It took us a while to get some profit taking on that run, so the pullback's not totally unexpected, and this could just be a bear trap. Fubo's up 20%. Ooh, nice. Oh, very nice. Ooh. Broke $1.50. Oh, that's in Canada. Any link for Fubo news? I don't know. Maybe. No. Maybe I have it here. Hold on. Fox Disney Warner Sports Service blocked for now? Oh, they got the injunction? Fuck. Hmm. Well, that's gonna be nice. Motherfucker, I wanted another buy-in close to $1. Oh, that's gone now. Atomic getting positive. Time is it? 3:08. Support here is bullish,
Yeah. Atomic is frantically managing his $1.50 CCs. I'm sure he didn't have any $1.50 CCs out into the court decision, right? He would never do such a thing. God damn it, Atomic. The man likes to get his 3 cents per 100 shares every couple of weeks. Addicted to the 2 cent $1.50 calls. He does not have 10,000 shares of Fubo out. He learned his lesson on Bobby on that one. Moonwind would have sold me today 5 minutes ago before the news broke. Then spent power hour asking Gherk if it might go back down. Yeah, that's true. He would have sold them 5 minutes after the news broke, and then asked if it was going back down. That's the Moonwind stuff. God damn it, Bork. I was down $4 on my 100 Fubo shares yesterday. It was your fault. Now that position is up $20. It was entirely me who did that, and you had no involvement in it. Yeah, I know. That's accurate. Did Dork take profit? If he does, it's going to go to $9 a share. Exactly. I need to know. I'm just gonna goon on this position until you all hate me. No one can ever hate you, Dork. Unless you don't take profits on your Fubo, in which case, we're done. For a brief moment, Fubo hit my cost basis. Very excite. Nice. Goonies never say die. Should probably watch this now that it's over $1.50. I wonder how long it stays here. What a fun stock. Little Fubo getting a fucking injunction against the mouse. Unconfirmed. Unverified injunction against the mouse. I've basically never taken profits on anything. I think that's why I'm so bad at options. Dearest, immensely ruggedly handsome Gherkosaurus, would you kindly remind these plebs that it's nearing end of day Friday, so all scaping needs need to be completed ASAP. Cheers, man. Yeah, guys, don't forget to get your manscaping done, or just general scaping done on the clock. I hope it rips. My CCs get assigned and my synth lungs print. I don't have any CCs out, but I'm going to sell some if it rips. Hmm. Interesting. Not very good, but interesting. Held 55. That should be somewhat bullish. End of day price point? On what? We've barely moved all day. Where does the MM want this at close? Too far from spot, I don't think. Is Fubo done? Might be. It's got to squeeze out the $1.50 calls or it's not going anywhere. Let's see. The MM would enjoy this at 48. Although I'm pretty sure if we lose 48, it would dump. So I'm probably not gonna go there. MM doesn't prefer anything theoretically. Well, technically. But the weight of their hedge has a gravitational effect on price. Someone's been on Reg Show for 5 days. Does it mean anything? No, not necessarily. Reg Show doesn't mean ops. Also, who cares about Sava? Are you guys still trading that bag of shit? Gonk, what's up? Is this a Fubo short squeeze? Not yet. Excellent. Let's see. It's a little more drawdown than I want. Fubo's too liquid for a short squeeze. No. How much of the float is sitting in sold calls out of the money right now? Yeah, the court has granted Fubo's request for preliminary injunction. They agree that the joint venture between the defendants is likely to substantially lessen competition and restrain trade in the relevant market, which would be a violation of Section 7 of the Clayton Act, that's an antitrust law. Section 16 of the Clayton Act gives courts the authority to use injunctions in antitrust cases. So the court's issuing a preliminary injunction, which serves the balance of equity between and fairness between the parties and is in the public interest. So the defendants are enjoined and restrained from moving forward with the venture until the court makes a decision. Get him, Fubo? I thought they had a good case. Oh, fucking fudge biscuits. That's not good, right? What is Vol going up here? Shut the front door, Greg. Some exciting shit. Girk, just let us win our pets. No way these guys are going to keep 40x gains through the weekend. You're right. They want 50. Are we going to get another opportunity to sell 55, 60, 65 bear call spreads? Maybe. We'll see. Haha, opium. 50 is like a brick fucking wall. I don't know why you want to... I don't know why you want to be short here. Will the idiot outperform the streaming account? I don't know. I like 100%ed those other two spy calls. So probably not. I'm not sure how much of a drawdown I'm willing to take on these though. 50 is already too much. So how much does Disney buy Fubo for? $10 a share. That's what Ryan Reynolds should ask for. $10 a share, and Disney gives up the rights to Deadpool. Disney doesn't have the money. Just full ported Fubo. Well, thanks for crashing it for us, man. Well, no, Disney and Fox together can't buy Fubo. Disney could buy Fubo and then dismiss the lawsuit against themselves. I've been bullish on Fubo for like 2 years. But now, I mean, this is better. I just want some price realization from all the fucking earnings that they beat. There's nothing worse when you're analyzing stocks to be like, this company's going to beat earnings a bunch, and then they do it, and the price goes down. I don't want to alarm you, but Fubo 2C0 GTEs are a penny. I don't want to alarm you, but August 30th $3 calls are also 2 cents. Let's go. So send them cash in this account. I can't believe Bulls aren't going to push for 55.60 again. The doctor said I have SIBO, but I don't see it anywhere in my port. Is it going to give you antibiotics? Oh, MNQ. Such a piece of shit. The second time, been on low format for months already. FODMAP? You know what you could do? You could just take, like, you know those balls of wool you put in your dryer? Find, like, a tiny one and see if you could just get that through the small intestine, scrub it out, you know? They used to use Lysol for enemas. An oil change. Hey, Gherk, I found this small company in Extreme Sports. They seem to be doing really well today. I think their ticker is Fubo. Yeah. Maybe some Drano would do the trick. That's gonna be a bit rough on you. What about Chipotle? There's nothing like a good bout of E. coli to kill everything in your intestines besides the E. coli. Why do you know that? What? That's like how Lysol was originally marketed. It was like a douche and an enema product. It was like, hey, stick this up your ass. You'll for that spring clean. Linen fresh. The sting is how you can tell it's working.
Pickle jar member put their pickle in my jar, sharing some fubo gain. Thank you 10.
Thank you so much, random pickle jar member who made money on Fubo today. Then we could buy Chipotle stock cheaper. Would you want it? Chipotle should be going even more downhill now since the CEO left. There's a reason he left. Most people's stock decisions revolve around the things in their life. Like Donald Duck, right? He's like, oh, I shop at Costco. I'm gonna long Costco. Yeah, because his options vested. Yeah. Also, because he turned the company into a flaming pile of shit. Is your real name Gilbert? I wish. I could tell people to call me Gil. Or just Bert. Oh, you can have either one. So versatile. Yeah, but it's not Keith Gilbert. It's Keith Gill. Or Liber? Do you think Fubo could hit $2 by next Friday? No idea. It's got a lot of short calls out of the money that it can squeeze. That would be fun. How many of the 16,000 options at the $2 strike the pickle jar just bought? Those were probably already there and sold. I could actually tell you what was on the chain last night. Pickle jar data platform. That's our theme song. Dork wrote it. Did someone say Bert? You know it. How's my favorite YouTube influencer today? You should make C-Mill do TikTok dance videos with you um, to help promote your channel. Calm down there, Satan. So all of SLD is going to be happening outside of trading hours before Monday AM. Yeah. That's how it works. Well, what hasn't already occurred. I'm sure margin requirements aren't crazy high here. This is a fairly small OPEX as far as OPEXs go. OPEXI? Opexities. It's the Greek. Ampullae of Opexini. Ooh. I would love that. He would not. Literally be a weekend at Bernie's type deal, because he would never. He would. Don't advertise that garbage in here. It's gonna be 2 plus T plus 2 during Fubo's OPEX. Spicy? Does it work like that? No. They changed the rules. Remember, it's T plus 1 now. Dates of expiration for monthly and quarterly publicly traded options is the correct plural usage. Wow. 40, 60 in 3 minutes. My inner dork is tingling. That's just dork. Was it because green peanut end of day? I'm hoping so. Also, they're like fucking dollar contracts. Who gives a shit what happens to them? I already had 100% return on them that I ignored. Good luck. Got lucky today. I've watched you guys play with Fubo forever. I just bought Leaps this morning. Oh, nice. Inner dork equals shrinkage. That's just, no, it's just dork. Dork is financially inside him. That's the tingle he feels. Thank you, Greg, for suggesting the Paris trip to Seamill. I would honestly just take a long weekend trip with no kids to anywhere. Yeah, but that anywhere should be Paris. You deserve it, Bert. Who's Bert? Seamill's wife and YouTube influencer. It's like the only YouTuber I'm subscribed to. Does she trade? Sure. I don't know. You should fly them out to Paris first class. Why would I do that? I'm not married. I didn't put children in anybody. You know her name backwards is Sturb? Ooh. If you flip both of them, it's Sturb West. Which sounds like an action hero. Wet strap. I rolled 200x 150c at 0.03 to September 200x September 2250c for even. Okay. Life-saving YOLOs into Fubo $3 calls, 98.55 in value, ready for my millions. It's just a temporary injunction. How violent can 0 minute to expiries be today? I don't know. I kind of just was hoping we would test 60. Or maybe break above it a little bit. So far, that hasn't happened. And now there's only 15 minutes left. So it's kind of sad. Vol keeps going up for some inexplicable reason. Is there anything bad about using short box spreads to lock profits in for bear calls? Yeah, because you lose money. I mean, sure, you can do it if you're PDT restricted, but you get slippage. I mean, you're gonna lose money doing it. Do puts cost same like shares? This doesn't work anymore. It's not funny. It used to be. Now it's just sad. The only thing SPX is gonna test is your patience. I have a lot of patience. You'd be surprised. Y'all need to be willing to take 10 to 15% on these. Literally scalp the bid ask. Oh, Carl, stop selling out of the money calls and size. You're gonna get blown up. And I already told you I'm not paying for Barrel's private school. I have a lot of patience too. You roleplay as a sexy doctor. More straddles next week with big events. Sure. Yeah. Why not? And I'm financially ruined after that 8-cent drop. I saw that coming. Is there a concert or sports ball game or something else going on? A food festival? Nope. Nope. Probably constant nonstop work with little to no sleep. This is insane. Are we going to test 50? 48? Even? The Bears. Interesting. Oh, that fucking stopped working. Nope, did it? No. 48 for Delta. 65 is kind of the top of the range here. Okay, they've got 14 minutes to get vol back under 15. For VIX. Can I be the first to call for Black Monday? Your daily said it could close at 55.48. Are you prescient? Omnipotent? Should be difficult to force short Fubo down on Monday, in your opinion. No. It's almost never difficult to short Fubo down. That's why it's been $1 for 6 months. A few episodes behind, I was just wondering, how does a change in Fed funds rate impact the ability of the Treasury to issue long, mid, short-term debt? Thanks again. It's harder to issue lots of short-term debt, or, well, issue long-term debt or change the debt issuance to reflect more coupons if the Fed funds rate is cut and yields at the long end go up. Right, because the Treasury has to pay those coupons. And so if the short-term debt drops, that same as cash debt drops, and they start issuing more coupons, they'll have to make payments on those coupons, and they'll be making those payments on coupons at higher rates than they're currently at. The same is true for liquid cash. If it becomes disincentivized, it will be hard for the Treasury to find sufficient liquidity because the Fed funds, like repo, well, the Fed funds rate and the overnight repo rate will exceed the short-term rate on bills. And then you get risk off in the market, right? People stop seeking to leverage that short-term cash, and they start pulling it back and into repo, which is, why repo was so high in like 2022. $100 to $150 in 30 seconds. I am stunk god. Nice, Carl. Those are IOUs. Those are as good as money. That one's a Lambo. I'd hold on to that. Bulls suck here. What could J-Pow say to help the Bulls next week? I'm not cutting rates. A bit of negative charm, losing 55 there. Gamma and delta are positive, but if we lose 48, they'll slip negative and it'll sell off. No worries. The biggest issues for the treasury are going to come in the liquidity of the treasury market. If that near-term debt becomes unattractive, it's going to make it very difficult for them to issue it. People still believe him? Who? Powell? No. Hmm. Something seems bearish for Monday. I think they'll believe a hawkish tone from him right now. Well, because they need that, right? They need to stabilize leverage. And to do that, rates need to go back up. So does the dollar. Opened at 5,500. Feels like 84 years ago. Would the market have already crashed if not for zero DTEs? They probably play a big role in stabilizing larger and more violent downside moves. Hmm. Well, that's a tiny bounce. Needs more. The inventor of zero DCs should get a Nobel Prize. We've always had them. I wonder if the Bulls could do it. $65, end of day. Let's go.
Popcorn trader put their pickle in my jar signing documents now. Enjoy your weekend pickle man, fuck the pause. 100.
Well done, Popcorn. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome. I'm glad it's finally over. Now you gotta work for them for 2 years. I'm rich, bitch. That's fucking awesome, dude. I'll send you a screenshot when the wire transfer comes through. I'll send you a screenshot and humble you. That's awesome, though, man. I'm glad to hear it. I don't want you to get too carried away. All of a sudden, you think you can go and buy CERN back from Larry Ellison? Enjoy your weekend, man. All I'm gonna tell Popcorn realizes he can 10x his money from 0 DTEs. Oh, God. Our first pontiff. 0.1 Delta puts print 1000x over the weekend. The top is in. I don't know about that. Can you send me a screenshot to humble me as well? Please include your PIN, account number, and social security number as well in the image. No. What's going on with Fubu? Good news. They got the injunction against Disney. Ding ding. The day's done. I didn't end up taking another trade on the idiot side. I meant to, but I forgot. I was gonna sell this, which would have been awesome. Wait, where is it? Yeah, that would have been great. Oh well. I never should have closed the calls. Yeah, I would have made 700 bucks. It was still the right decision when I made it, but Fubo tips with some covering going on. Oop. See that? The short was interrupted, which could be fun. Yeah, SPX actually closed $6 above where I predicted for the day, but I was close. ES got a little V there off of the breakdown. That doesn't necessarily look very strong. And we might get a continuation of the failure Monday, but 55.34 is still a very important support. Commodities down a little bit today. Gold is actually up a shitload. Oil down though, so energy and agricultural commodities dropped off a little bit. Yields declined and the dollar dropped very, very hard, especially against the pound and the euro, largely with the lower housing starts and permits this morning. Correlation kind of flattened out. It didn't actually go that much further down today, and we saw that realized in the chop over on NQ, especially where this trade is most prevalent. We're reaching a point where we could see a need to reposition a little bit, especially if dollar continues to decline. So keep an eye on that. It makes it kind of hard to maintain leverage in the carry trade if the spread gets too tight. And since the dollar declined a lot against the yen, it's especially important. I sold off 3/4 of my 14 DTE Fubo calls for 800% profit. Probably regretted on Monday, Tuesday, but fuck it. 800% is 800%, Dave. Bond vol kind of turning around alongside correlation there. Skew's not really moving. Tail risk hedges are staying pretty flat over the last few days. So there's still, it's still not, you know, balls to the wall bullish. There's some people thinking that this may all come tumbling down still. We've got correlation on VIX, cash VIX, actually moving up a little bit today. I think it was 95 yesterday, ending the week at 96.66%. Still a little bit higher than last week, and I mean, we could definitely see turnarounds and volatility. Like volatility is going to be a lot more sensitive to any kind of event news right now, because the correlation is so positive. Fed Fund futures pricing in 83 bips of cuts for Jan. So where does that put us? Well, it puts us ending the week at a retest of the long-term trend. Now, I'm sure you guys have all seen this chart, but, you know, there's like the bull run and peak euphoria, right? And then you get a correction. And then on this, everyone says, oh, this is back to normal. Frequently, these are not. So I'd keep an eye on it. Oh no, it's the back to normal chart. Yeah, and you'll see people pull these up in every correction, right? But this was actually substantial, and it was a larger correction than anyone would have anticipated, right? I mean, 10% in S&P, 15% in NQ. This was a significant sell-off. And the speed at which this is recovered, I think makes it very unstable, right? And we're not, and you know, go back out to that correlation between VIX and cash VIX. This isn't getting substantially more negative, right? And that's something that we should be focused on, I think. Well, the COVID crash is a real crash. I mean, are you talking about like the actual recovery from the COVID crash? Like this? Or are you talking about this? This is what I'm talking about. Like this period? Like in Jan of 20 to Feb of 20, we pulled down like 3%, right? And then whoosh. But this recovery was a lot more volatile, and there was a lot more fear. Like this one. Oh, that's backwards. So it was about 10% bounce. This was a little bit scarier. It was a lot gappier. There was huge downside. I mean, maybe zero DTs provide more liquidity and help stabilize that, but you saw similar things back here. You know, like the market corrected pretty hard in 2007, dropped about 20%. And then, you know, when it corrected back up 12, everyone was like, "Woo, this is gonna be amazing." Or, well, gotta keep flipping this. Hold on, I think it was 14%, and then it just crashed. Right. That's pretty common. But you want this first correction to be significant, right? Like 5% is just a standard correction. Usually it's going to be something larger than that. This was 10%. This is pretty significant, and the speed at which we've recovered is also significant. We left behind a lot of gaps, a lot of illiquidity. Monkeypox could be the next COVID. You never know. I don't think so. It's already got a vaccine. Great, there's no new virus spreading around. Great thing there's no new virus spreading around. I mean, well, there is, but full puts for Monday, but also full calls. No, I mean not Monday. It probably would take a while, but it's still somewhat significant, especially that we haven't cleared like 5570 yet. That's a really important level, and today kind of struggled with even testing it. Full put calls. Okay. That makes you happy, Dork. Just be wary of everyone being super bullish on what was something that used to be bearish, right? The bull narrative switching too much too fast doesn't breed confidence. Shoot, just got a human trafficking ad. I am not interested. Wait, were they like promoting human trafficking? Like, hey guys, this is how I made $10,000 and you can too. Or was it like human trafficking is bad? See something, say something for truckers. I'm gonna leave you guys with this. Specifically this facet of it. I'll see you guys on Sunday. Everybody enjoy your weekend. Later. Happy OPEX.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.